She saw it, so testing. Good afternoon. Testing live from the induction ceremony for the Open Campus Principal, Dr. Luz Longsworth. Testing. Are you hearing? Richard, are you online? So is that going to affect us? Not hearing. What's happening? Oh, it's somebody else testing. It's Richard. Yes, he's hearing. How are you?
Miss Cynthia.
Um,
Excuse me. Miss
Hi.
Cynthia.
No, I'm not Miss Cynthia.
Okay. Do you know who Miss Cynthia is?
No.
You don't know who
That
Miss Cynthia
is.
is?
Well, sure. Say what's happening. Huh? Oh, sorry. The registrar wants me. Sorry, Cynthia. I heard you say Cynthia. Sorry. So
It's okay. It's okay.
it's okay.
My
No,
landlord
it's all
for
right. Yes.
they needed a room, you know.
Oh,
So
I'm not.
it's
I'm
okay.
not. But I'm here testing. We are awaiting the start of the induction ceremony of Dr. Luz Longsworth as Principal and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies Open Campus.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a very special evening on the university's calendar, an evening when we would be installing the third principal of our most recent campus, the Open Campus. My name is William Iton, and I'm the University Registrar, and I'll take you through this evening's proceedings. Governor General, His Excellency Sir Corville Young, Honorable Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Culture, Youth and Sports, and also the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Patrick Faber, Chancellor Sir George Arleen, Vice Chancellor Sir Hilary Beckles, the Acting Chair of the University Campus Council, Dr. Lennox Honeychurch, His Worship the Mayor of the City of Belize, Mr. Darrell Bradley, and we are very appreciative of your hospitality, Your Worship. Family and friends of our inductee, Dr. Luz Longsworth, and we'd like to especially recognize her dear mother, Dorothy Over, her daughter, Marissa, and her son, Brad. I know this must be a very special evening for you too. Mrs. Rosa Greenaway, the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Education, Antigua and Barbuda, representing the Honorable Minister of Education. Mr. Andrew Scarrett, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education of Dominica, representing the Minister of Education. Other senior government officials, the executive management team of the University of the West Indies, members of the Campus Council of the Open Campus, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the senior management and staff of the University of the West Indies, and we'd like to especially recognize the staff of the Belize Country site, led by Mrs. Jane Bennett, the President of the Guild of Students, Mr. Howard Brown, and members of the Guild of Students, representatives of the Alumni Association, the Chairman and representatives of the Board of the University of Belize, and in his absence, we recognize the new president, Professor Clement Sankert, one of our own, the management and staff of the University of Belize. We have with us representatives of our recognized majority unions, and we recognize Dr. Paul Brown from the Wigat, Mona, representatives of our national councils, members of the advisory committee for the Open Campus Countryside in Belize, members of the local organizing committee, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very pleasant good evening. And we are indeed happy that you could join us on this very momentous occasion. The university is given to having ceremonies, and installations are very special because, as you can appreciate, we don't do them every year. They're quite infrequent. The person that we are installing this evening, Dr. Luz Longsworth, has been described as the quintessential Caribbean woman. She has served peoples of the Caribbean in several jurisdictions. And I've been told that the distinguishing feature of a good leader is someone who serves. And our principal, Principal Luz Longsworth, is the preeminent servant leader. She has had a very distinguished career, both in academia and in private sector, and that makes her a very valuable member of our senior management team because she has the experience of having to deal with bottom lines and also develop the relationships to ensure that we get the results, the desired results. One of her strengths is her ability to develop relational capital. She's extremely good at winning over members of her team and having them share the vision that she has for her enterprise. She served in several capacities, like I said before. She was in the academic field as an assistant, as a lecturer in French and Spanish. She was an assistant registrar. She was a director of country sites. or before that, perhaps one of the jobs that prepared her especially for this role, she was the executive assistant to one of our long-standing principals of the Mona campus, Professor Layla, Principal Layla. She was the director of the Open Campus Countrysides, the first director. Then she served as the head of the Western Jamaica campus. And more recently, she has ascended to the high office of the principal of the Open Campus. From the list of functions and responsibilities that I've just read out, I'm sure you would agree with me that she's eminently suited for this task. And so we are very pleased in the university and very happy to be here this evening to witness her installation. At this stage of the program, I would like to invite our distinguished Vice Chancellor, Sir Hilary Beckles, to bring his remarks. Sir Hilary.
Thank you, Registrar. His Excellency, Governor General, Stakeholder Young and Lady Young, our Honorable Patrick Faber, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Culture, Youth and Sport, our Acting Chairman of the UWA Open Campus Council, Dr. Lennox Honeychurch, His Worship the Mayor of Belize City, Mr. Darrell Bradley, family and friends of Dr. Luz Longsworth, special mention to her dear mother, Dorothy, her daughter, Marissa, and son, Brad, other members of her family, Mrs. Rosa Greenaway, Mr. Andrew Skerritt, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Dominica, our student leaders, colleagues, all of our friends and well-wishers, alumni, students, and members of the media. Chancellor, in the midst of our myriad duties as we seek to meet the challenges facing this university and this region, as we seek to grasp our future from a very turbulent present and a perilous past, this evening we pause. We pause to recognize what is right, to celebrate a leader of our cause, and with passion to empower a person whose capacity, humanity, and dignity is fully deserving of our gathering this evening. We are beautifully gathered in our beloved Belize because we believe in Belize. And we know that Belize has long believed in us. This ceremony of installation, by which Dr. Luz Longsworth is formally anointed principal of the Open Campus of the University of the West Indies, is also a homecoming, a recognition of her Belizean roots, and a declaration of the complexity of her domesticity. Belize is our most diverse, ethnically exciting CARICOM community, a land of resistance, a land of survival and humanity at its most resilient. In principle, Longsworth, these values and visions vie to be reconciled. She carries within her bloodstream the indigenous of this hemisphere, the African, the European, the mestizo, the rivers of three continents flowing into a common culture. This Belize is UWI country. We belong to it, and it belongs to us. Thank you, Belize. Love and respect. Our open campus has a very special remit within our strategic plan. And our finest thinking, we have assigned to our open campus a special set of responsibilities. In effect, we have said that our open campus is going to be the wings that will take this University of the West Indies into the global future. And it will not do so alone. It will do so in intimate relations with the three landed campuses. We now have a perfect alignment between our open campus and the work of our three landed campuses. Our strategic plan, which will be hopefully approved when our Chancellor presides over Council in April, states very clearly that the future of this region will depend upon the effectiveness of our university to align its work with the development interests of this region, to promote a revolution in access to higher education in this region, and to be more agile as we grasp global opportunities. But we are starting at home. We have asked the heads of governments to work with the university and allowing us to transition many of our community colleges and state colleges into university colleges of the University of the West Indies, thereby allowing these colleges to enter into university status in close association with UWI, so that the vast resources of the UWI can be made available through all of the jurisdictions of CARICOM. This is the time for the UWI to mother and to father these emerging institutions and bring them into the 21st century as university colleges. This way we can expand access to university education and professional training in each and every island, each and every country, working closely with the open campus, and critically delivering more, better quality education at a lower cost. The Colleges of the University of the West Indies initiative has been rolled out. We have made our internal adjustments in our statutes, and how pleased I felt just a week ago when the government of Jamaica wrote to me to say that the colleges of Jamaica have been mandated to work with the UWI to transition as many of their colleges to university status as possible. But our university is not only putting its house in order at home, we're also taking this region into the global space. We have said that within the next 3 to 4 years, this UWI will be operational in every continent on this planet, with possibly the exception of Antarctica. And even then, we have colleagues in some disciplines who are very keen to go to Antarctica. We have already established the Center for Leadership and Sustainable Development in New York, working closely with our colleagues at SUNY. We have established our center in China. Next week, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg will be visiting the KFL campus to sign an agreement to enable us to establish the Johannesburg UWI Center for Global African Affairs. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos will be visiting with us on the 19th of May to sign an agreement to enable us to establish the UWI University of Lagos Center for African History and Culture. It is our intention to prepare this 21st century, to prepare our university for this 21st century as a globally engaged and highly respected international university. We have done very well in the 20th century. It is now our remit to restructure, re-engineer, and repurpose our UWI for this very long 21st century. And in the midst of this, the Open Campus has a critical role to play. Currently, we have enrolled some 50,000 students. By the end of 2022, it is our intention to have 70,000 students in our university. Most of this growth will come through the Open Campus, working with our landed campuses to globalize the academic content and curricula of UWI, making it available to the entire world anytime, anywhere, at affordable costs. The Open Campus, therefore, is our door to a wider world. And how fortunate we are to have Dr. Luz Longsworth as our champion leader in this process. As you have heard, Dr. Longsworth has a special UWI pedigree. In fact, you can look at her and see that UWI pedigree. She has a passion for this Caribbean world. She is a world woman, like our principal, Professor Barreto of the KFL campus, women who are second to none anywhere in this world. Dr. Longsworth is our diplomat par excellence. But don't be fooled by the gentle voice and the disarming smile. Don't be fooled. She is as tough as nails. And not the new modern nails that we are talking about, the old-fashioned old nails. She is a natural problem solver because she approaches the most difficult and complex situation with calm, with ease and poise, no anxiety. Approaches it with ease, with a view to resolve the issue, with a view not to inflame, not to problematize, not to expand and enlarge and endanger, but to resolve. In that regard, she is reliable and dependable. She has demonstrated a deep care for her students and her colleagues. She is resilient, and for all of these reasons, she is invested with the full respect of this university. Chancellor, it is my pleasure to present to you and to all of our colleagues and guests gathered here this evening a colleague who is a sister, a mother, a daughter, in whom we are most pleased. In her hands, the Open Campus has already revved up its engines for flight. The country of Belize and the region CARICOM are blessed as I am pleased. Chancellor, the principal of our Open Campus, Dr. Luz Longsworth, is special, and we have every good reason to celebrate and elevate her. I thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, and I'm sure our audience appreciated the perspective in terms of where the university is going and the endorsement for our principal. Our program now calls for us to have a series of greetings from a variety of stakeholders of the university. We've asked all the presenters, or those bearing greetings, to respect the time limits that we've given. Other than that, we'd be here all evening. And again, they, without saying all protocols observed, they don't necessarily have to read out the list of protocol that we did at the outset. I'm going to invite them, and I'd call the order, and they would come up one after the other. We start with the head of Open Campus Countryside in Belize, Mrs. Jane Bennett. She'd be followed by the president of the Guild of Students, Mr. Howard Brown. He would be followed by the alumni representative, Dr. Lisa Johnson. And she would be followed by the private sector representative, Mrs. Kim Aikman. And the last in this segment would be the acting chair of the Campus Council, Open Campus, Dr. Lennox Honeychurch. Mrs. Jane Bennett.
Thank you, Registrar. And I'm happy to hear that protocol has been established, because I think that would have taken up my entire speech. So good evening, everyone. I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge, in addition to our distinguished platform party and the other dignitaries that were acknowledged, my team. Today would not have been possible without my team. The planning committees for this induction ceremony, both local and regional, members of the advisory committee of Belize, staff of the Biltmore Hotel, and all others who contributed in making this event today a memorable one for a memorable person. And so it's my honor and privilege to bring these greetings for this auspicious occasion, the induction ceremony for Dr. Luz Longsworth, Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of the West Indies Open Campus. I do this on behalf of her family, her friends, her colleagues, students, and Belizeans at large, whose lives she has touched, and of course, that includes yours truly. What is more fitting than to begin these greetings by capturing verbatim the words of the woman who undoubtedly played a significant role in shaping the Luz that we all know and love and admire. And I quote, "I had the privilege of watching Luz grow from brilliant child to serene and beautiful woman, both inside and out. Her love of people from all walks of life is remarkable. Her desire to make her world a better place and her ability to nurture her family as she built her professional life is unique. my greatest gift from God, my daughter, always proud of her, unquote. Thank you, Miss Dorothy, for sharing the testimonial of your daughter with us. Brad, son of Dr. Luz Longsworth, says, and I quote, "She is an amazing person who has inspired me to push myself beyond what I thought was possible. As her name means Luz, she's a point of light that has radiated everywhere. She has been where she has sought to transform and elevate the people and projects she has come in touch with. To say I want to be like her when I grow up is an understatement. Her drive and ability for unconditional love and support have played a big part in becoming the man I am today. She's truly a phenomenal, transformative woman, and I am forever blessed to have her as my mother," unquote. Marissa, daughter of Dr. Luz Longsworth, says, and I quote, "My mother is so much of an influence on me that my family friends call me Luz 2.0. To this day, people can identify me as her daughter anywhere because of our similar looks. However, the reflection of her in me would probably still be there, due to genes or not, because she's a role model that I wish to embody. She has taught me how to balance the steady climb as a professional woman and the great appreciation of good wine that goes along with it. She's truly special in a way words cannot describe. I am approached by more people bragging about her to me than I am even able to do. I lose track of which country she's in and at any specific time, and she has just stopped sending the itineraries altogether. But she has my unending support, knowing that she is empowering thousands of people, is empowerment and encouragement to me. I congratulate her for this recognition," unquote. Other family members, friends, and colleagues shared the following, which are excerpts from their testimonials. The verbatim contributions will be shared with Dr. Longsworth at a later time, or I would have been your only speaker today. And I quote, "She who can fashion not only her own dreams, but the dreams of dreamers is perhaps the most powerful example of an exceptional human being. Dr. Luz is a true trailblazer, a Caribbean jewel, and for me, an outstanding example of a phenomenal woman," unquote. Dr. Luz Marina Longsworth epitomizes excellence. Luz's engagement with her students, staff, and colleagues, as well as with her family and friends, is unparalleled. She has an effortless ability to listen, communicate, and engage with all whom she encounters. She does so with both her head and her heart. In a world that has become increasingly crass and crude, where vulgarity is the new normal, and boorishness, narcissism, and alternative facts seem to have taken center stage, Luz's gentleness, but remember what Sir Hilary said, beware, and grace shine like a beacon. She's soft but not timid or weak, and she holds steadfast to the values of honesty and integrity and fairness. She always remains gracious under pressure. The most admirable character about her was her service leadership. She served her students with care, fairness, and charismatic student-centeredness. From the very beginning, you could see that she was a highly motivated individual who wanted to make a positive difference in the lives of her students, as well as her colleagues with whom she worked. She quickly became an important part of the team and contributed significantly in the core areas of teaching, service, and research. Luz always excelled in school. Taking first place was a common occurrence in her life in academic and in any competition she entered. Always level-headed and focused. Luz is a family person, an icon in all our lives, and she shows her love and affection to all members with an extra special bond to her mother, Dorothy. She's a person filled with love, a love for God, family, friends, and students. Luz taught me to be patient. I would stress about not being able to do my online courses because of time, and when I did, it took me longer to learn. All she would say in her soft and gentle voice, when you're ready, the switch will come on. Don't worry about it, and it will all come to you. Voila, it did. She's a beautiful person inside and out. Luz, her name means light, as in name, so in nature. She's pure light and love. I treasure her intelligence, her expertise, and her wisdom, always shared generously with humility and grace, and no arrogance whatsoever. She's a gift to the Caribbean, the UA, the world, and to all who know and love her. Long may she continue to light the lives of others, and long may she be blessed. Dr. Luz Longsworth is a uniquely driven and caring professional whose commitment to values-based leadership has touched the lives of many from all walks of life. Her selfish dedication and commitment has made quiet but impactful difference to colleagues of her constant effort at equitable resolution. And I have to say that I must add my own testimonial. That's my right. President John Quincy Adams once said, "If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader." Dr. Luz Longsworth is undoubtedly a leader. I can attest to this from my own personal experience and be warned that her powers of persuasion are nothing to reckon with. But it's all good. My being here today offering these greetings is living proof of that. Dr. Luz Longsworth is certainly an outstanding human being, especially when it comes to our students. The news that Dr. Luz Longsworth had been appointed first as acting and then confirmed as Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Open Campus was received with great joy and celebration by students and staff alike. If one must think about it, Dr. Luz Longsworth is the UWI Open Campus. She walks the talk of a AAA strategy, alignment, access, and agility. Dr. Luz Longsworth, we congratulate you. We're proud of you, calling you one of our very own, a true, true Belizean.
I promised my campus registrar that I'll be really short. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As Guild President of the University of the West Indies Open Campus, it is indeed a privilege to bring greetings on behalf of the Open Campus student body. It should be noted that I stand here to show full solidarity and endorsement to the induction of Pro-Vice Chancellor and our campus principal, our beloved Dr. Longsworth. A principal that is student-centered, proactive, and embodies evident gene of true Caribbean integration that our campus represents. We are elated and optimistic about the journey we will have with Dr. Longsworth as our principal. Principal, may you always be guided by the ideal, honor, and excellence as you help to foster the momentum of integration and intellectual distinction in our region. In the words of Maya Angelou, and I quote, "Courage is the most important of all the virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently," end of quote. The students have seen your courage, and the Guild of Students fully welcome and support Dr. Longsworth as our principal. Do enjoy the rest of the evening as we celebrate and acknowledge a phenomenal woman of the Caribbean. Thank you.
As protocol has already been established, I will get going. Good night, everyone. I have been asked to bring to this most auspicious occasion a word that you will keep hearing, I think, tonight, the greetings of the alumni. As the founding president of the Belize chapter of the University of the West Indies Alumni Association and a previous alumni representative to the University Council, I will endeavor to do so with great honor, great pride, and joy. The halls of academia come replete with idealistic thinkers and intellectual athletes of the first order. With the appointment of Dr. Luz Longsworth to the position of Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Open Campus, the university places in a prime leadership role a woman not only with the attributes listed before, but also one in possession of, and in equal measure, the pragmatism and the getting things done attitude to turn ideas into action, and more importantly, results. Dr. Longsworth is the total package. She has proven herself in the private and public sectors, from institutional development to the world of finance. She has the innate ability not only to conceptualize and bring those ideas to fruition, but she can recognize the particular talent an individual possesses and then help that person actualize it. In some cases, the person may not even be aware of the process as it is taking place. She is, by any measure, accomplished and even more so, inspiring. Many alumni of my generation have a curious relationship with our alma mater, one in which differing emotions coexist. We attended an institution that made sure it brought out the best in us. You had to read for your degree. And as Dr. Longsworth herself has said, it then delivered us back into our communities as if passing the baton in a relay race. But today, education is a lifelong activity delivered through a myriad of modalities, exposing the seeker of knowledge to the collective library of humankind's achievements. In many ways, education at all levels is now a business, driven by market forces, where the relevance of what is being offered is determined by the consumer. That consumer may be an individual, a community, a country, or a region. Educational institutions need to be accessible, affordable, flexible, and ever prepared to deliver on their mandate and serve the needs of their consumers in a market that is becoming more competitive by the day. For that to happen, we need capable, forward-thinking, inspiring leadership. This is what Dr. Luz Longsworth represents. This is what she delivers and has done so throughout her professional life. During her time as head of the UWI Center in Belize, she spearheaded a reconnection with our alma mater that many of us enjoyed and applauded. When her efforts were recognized and she was taken away from us here in Belize, we knew that the institution had recognized this Belizean jewel, this Jamaican Venezuelan Luz, and had decided that the entire region would be brought into the light. We could not be happier and more proud of her accomplishments, and we could not be more proud of our alma mater, Oriens ex Occidente Lux, and for the purposes of tonight, Oriens ex Occidente Luz.
Good evening, everyone. I am truly humbled by the request to offer these very brief remarks on behalf of the private sector on the occasion of the induction of Dr. Luz Longsworth as principal of UWI's Open Campus. Please be assured, Luz, if you would allow me to be so personal, that I consider it sincerely an honor and a privilege. Thank you very much. It is with profound pride and joy that I offer resounding congratulations to you on behalf of the private sector on this historic and memorable occasion. This is an accomplishment of the highest distinction, and it could not have been bestowed to a more fitting and deserving individual. I know that you're Venezuelan, Jamaican, Caribbean born, whatever, but your heritage is distinctly Belizean. So to all the other countries, I say to you that we claim you equally, if not more than those other countries. This is our victory and celebration here tonight. Los da more we than you, da more we than uno. So tonight we're recognizing a Belizean woman power. Tonight we're celebrating you with immense pride. Dr. Longsworth, we wish you every success as you embark on the astronomical assignment of continued education in Belize and the Caribbean through the prestigious and esteemed UWI system. You responded to the needs of the private sector. You were instrumental in collaborating with the Chamber via an MOU to offer targeted courses through the Open Campus Belize, and that would enable us to build capacity in the private sector. I'm not sure if you know, but approximately 500 clients every year have participated in these learning programs. That has consistently raised the professional standards of the private sector. As you all know, the world of business is continuously changing, and I'm sure that we can confidently count on the Open Campus to support the private sector through this transition with a view to enhancing productivity under the proven leadership of you, the new principal. We acknowledge the partnership that we have built over the years in support of creating an efficient and productive business environment. You can continue to count on the support of the private sector of Belize in your new role. Together, we are confident that even greater accomplishments await us as you blaze your trail in this new era of your career. Again, continue to make us proud, Belize. And I wish you Godspeed and inspiration as you continue to change our region and the world through education. Thank you.
Thank you, Registrar and Chair, for welcoming and respectfully noting our distinguished guests here this wonderful evening. By pure coincidence, I will join Dr. Johnson in playing with the theme of our philosophical and creative motto, Oriens ex Occidente lux, a light rising from the west. And in this most western of the open campus sites, this light has a special glow here this evening, coming as it does from a country that has its roots going far back, further back than those countries of ours in the Eastern Caribbean and elsewhere that had an ancient civilization when we in the Eastern Caribbean were still unpopulated. And it is that recognition of Belize as very much a part of this Caribbean adventure that next year will be celebrating its 70th anniversary. The work of the Open Campus is significant. And I, as a member of the council, and briefly over the last few months as acting chair, recognize the contribution that I and everyone else expects, because we know of her potential, that Luz Longsworth will provide. We have worked with her for almost 2 years, and I can tell you in every aspect of what we are attempting to achieve on behalf of the university, she has played a part. And therefore, the things that have been outlined by the Vice-Chancellor, the hopes and the aspirations and the intentions, exciting as they are for the years ahead, I know that we have working with us somebody that provides the strength, the backing, and the fortitude to get these things done. Our principal, in her own life's adventure so far, has encompassed the wider Caribbean, from the shores of South America to here in Central America and the islands to the north and east. We have worked with her already, as I said, for this period of time. We know what she can achieve. We know what she can do. From the pure duties of being principal to responding to invitations throughout the islands and on the mainland to contribute to guest lectures, particularly those important lectures on leadership, which are so significant for our country today. And so, in welcoming her to the fold of principals of this distinguished university, tonight is the beginning of another phase of the life of contribution that she has made. And I am sure that we shall not be disappointed in this great, significant university of ours. Thank you, and thank you, Lou.
Could I please invite you to join me in giving a big round of applause to all our members who brought greetings. We now have a performance by the Panatic Steel Pan Trio, and just a little blurb on them. The trio was formed in 2012 as a concert event group, and they're members of a larger pan site called Pan Tempers Steel Orchestra, which is the most popular one in Belize. And the lead player is Mr. Benoit Coy. The Fanatics. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for a while I thought I was in Trinidad. That was good, pan. We continue with our greetings, and in this second half, I'm very pleased to invite the colleague principals of Principal Longsworth, and they would come in the order of the ladies first, Assistant Principal Udine Barito, and she would be followed by Principal of St. Augustine, Principal Brian Copeland, and bringing up the end is Principal Archibald MacDonald, the Principal of Mona. And they would be followed by the Honorable Minister, the Minister of Education, Youth, Sports, and Culture, the Honorable Patrick Faber. Principal Barito.
Governor General, His Excellency Sir Colville Young, Honorable Patrick Faber, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Culture, Youth and Sport, Chancellor Sir George Alleyne, Vice Chancellor Sir Hilary Beckles, Acting Chairman UWI Open Campus Council, Dr. Lennox Honeychurch, family and friends of Dr. Luce Longsworth, especially her mother, Mrs. Dorothy Over, her beautiful daughter, Marissa, and her handsome son, Brad, distinguished representatives of governments of the region, members of the media, members of the UWI community from across the 4 campuses, our student leaders, and our internet audience. Good evening. Chancellor, and so she comes, blowing her conch, her Caribbean woman trumpet, heralding her arrival, silhouetted in black with the red and white of Pelican Pride, lineally draping the near 70-year robe of our beloved, most honorable West Indian Academy. Her presence introduces gender balance, sexual equality, in the dispensation of power and responsibility for the 4 pillars of our venerable institution, the University of the West Indies. And I, a sister principal, a fellow traveler, on this most unique UWI journey, custodian of the 3rd pillar, bear keen witness to her arrival. Dr. Luce Marina Longsworth, Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of the West Indies Open Campus, has arrived. Chancellor, and so she stands, majestically, triumphantly at the mouth of the Orinoco Basin. From her South American seascape, she surveys the north, west, and east of our Indies, buoyant about her ability to deliver all that lies ahead. Principal Longsworth assesses the archipelago of programs. Undaunted, she embraces the Antillean expression of expansion into uncharted territories. She shoulders the Herculean effort required to unite the geography of locations into that continuous whole, the open campus. Chancellor, I am confident about her ability to continue to deliver because in her very being, Principal Longsworth simultaneously symbolizes the seamless unity and diversity of our 4th campus, the open campus. Born in Venezuela, her country of patrilineal ancestry, to a Jamaican entrepreneur and matriarch, Dr. Longsworth has navigated a career path across the Caribbean Sea, all the way to dropping anchor at the Central American country of Belize. Belize has also domesticated and claimed her. Belize is home. Belize seems like home, can be home, but so can be any of the 14 Caribbean countries in which Luz Longsworth symbolizes the of the West. And so she works and leads in St. Kitts and Kingston, Montego Bay and Montserrat, St. Lucia and San Fernando. She has ensured that the operational integration of the School for Continuing Studies with the Distance Education Unit was rolled out in Anguilla and Antigua and beyond. And whether she was operating in Barbados or Barbuda, Grenada or Grand Cayman, Luz Longsworth initiated strategies to produce financial viability throughout this multi-site campus. In Tobago and Trinidad, she facilitated the lucrative growth of revenue streams. In Jamaica, her successful negotiations persuaded the Universal Access Fund into universally supporting technical upgrades in Camp Road, Brownstown, and 9 other sites across the country. She deployed the diversity of her Caribbean ancestry to unify the geography of distributed locations. Luz Longsworth blew her conch, and the country sites have answered. Chancellor, she is still calling out across the waters, even beyond the Caribbean Sea. The latest sounding was in New York, followed by Malaysia. Under her watch, the State University of New York, UWI Global Leadership Institute, takes shape in that most Caribbean diasporic location of Manhattan. And in November 2016, I was a privileged witness to her induction as an honorary fellow of the Commonwealth of Learning in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Principal Longsworth, the Cayville campus and I join in saluting you. We are witnessing the unfolding of your UWI journey. We congratulate you on this joyous occasion. We celebrate your formal assumption of office as the 3rd Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Open Campus. We wish you a very successful tenure, crowned with wisdom and discernment, befitting an officer and a lady of our noble institution. Welcome, Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal Luz. I look forward to continuing to working with you to advance the UWI's mission and vision. Welcome and congratulations on your induction. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Governor General, His Excellency Sir Colville Young and Lady Young, Honorable Patrick Faber, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Culture, Youth and Sports, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Acting Chairman of the UWI Open Campus, Dr. Lennox Honeychurch, family and friends of Dr. Luz Longsworth, especially her mother Dorothy, her daughter Marissa, and son Brad, distinguished guests, fellow members of the university system, good night. It is with great pleasure that I bring greetings on behalf of the St. Augustine campus to Dr. Luz Longsworth, I should say Principal Luz Longsworth, on the occasion of her induction as Principal and Pro Vice Chancellor of the UWI Open Campus. Principal Longsworth will recall our very first encounters while I was Dean of Engineering and the faculty was working on a fledgling channel of its pre-engineering program through the Open Campus. Those were the early days when the Open Campus was facing no end of challenge as a new kid on the block in the matrix of UWI campuses. From all reports, that program is a success and has been doing very well today. Little did we know that just a few years later, we would both be taking on the responsibility of the office of principal at roughly the same time. Given the road that we have walked together, I now wish to assure you, Principal Longsworth, of my continued utmost support and cooperation as you embark on this new and exciting stage of your career. Now, you have taken the conch shell as your symbol. Throughout the millennia in many cultures, the conch shell has been an accepted spiritual symbol for esoteric wisdom, for speaking truth, and for awakening the ignorant from their slumber. I often wonder that last line was meant for the West Indies team. As the principal of a campus that in itself is symbolic of 21st century teaching and learning methods and mechanisms, the conch symbol is quite apt. For many of our peoples here in the Caribbean, technology is still somewhat uncharted territory and may require a leap of faith as well as some straight talk to bring complete acceptance of its many uses beyond that of the recreational. With today's technology, your domain is the entire Caribbean and further afield. The need for the open campus, fulfills is evident in the ever-increasing demand for online learning from persons separated from further education by time, by economics, by distance, and other challenges. For thousands in this situation, the open campus of the University of the West Indies offers hope and a solution. Indeed, the fact that the formal launch of the open campus in 2008 took place at a CARICOM Heads of Government meeting meant that this newest campus received the strategic stamp of approval from the highest level in the region. At that point in time, the UWI led by example, showing how innovation can drive necessary change and provide mutual beneficial results for the thousands of graduates since that time. It was the way to wealth creation and advancement. As such, particularly for those who reside in nations without the benefit of a nearby landed campus, access to tertiary level education through the virtual and physical sites of the open campus provides the means to achieving sustainable development. There is no doubt, Principal Longsworth, that your multi-layered experience and expertise in academia, administration, and private business offer you a unique perspective in your role as principal. Together, they equip you to rise to the challenges you will undoubtedly encounter in both digital and physical worlds. And so, on behalf of the St. Augustine campus of our beloved University of the West Indies, I wish you sincere congratulations on your induction, and we look forward to several years of fruitful collaboration with you, with your faculty, your management, and your staff. I thank you, and have a good night.
Governor General, His Excellency Sir Colville Young and Lady Young, Honorable Patrick Faber, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Culture, Youth and Sports, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Acting Campus Chair, His Worship the Mayor of Belize City, family and friends of Dr. Luz Longsworth, Mrs. Rosa Greenaway, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, and other government officials from CARICOM, members of the executive management team of the University of the West Indies, other members of the UWI community, members of Diplomatic Corps, our students and alumni, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As principal of the University of the West Indies, Mona, my colleagues on all 4 campuses, have the tremendous responsibility to promote the mission of the University of the West Indies to advance education and create knowledge through excellence in teaching, research, innovation, public service, intellectual leadership, and outreach, so as to support the development of the Caribbean region and beyond. I cannot do justice to Dr. Luz Longsworth's suitability for undertaking this tremendous responsibility at the UWI Open Campus. It is without doubt that her background has prepared her for the unique task associated with the Office of Principal of the Open Campus. But it is her understanding of the importance of listening, learning from all stakeholders of the university, her willingness to accept and embrace change, her ability to bring together diverse stakeholder groups under a shared vision, her genuine belief in the empowerment of teams and leadership at all levels, her passion for innovation, her enthusiasm for considering new ideas, and her unfaltering spirit in pursuing new funding partnerships to secure the university's financial sustainability that recommend her most admirable to this position. It was my great privilege to have worked closely with Dr. Longsworth when she served as recently as 2 years ago as director of the Western Jamaica campus, a satellite campus of UWI Mona. During her tenure as director, she expanded the pool of local private sector partners, ensuring a sound footing for the side's fledgling research agenda, securing work placements for our students, and creating the foundation for future infrastructural development and expansion of the campus. Under Dr. Longsworth's leadership, there was tremendous growth in the student enrollment, and an enlarged suite of programs was offered. She led in improving the IT and physical infrastructure and expanded the campus's outreach activities to vulnerable communities in Montego Bay, exposing children and youth from inner city Montego Bay communities to various social, sports, and cultural activities. There is no doubt that Luz's contribution as director of the Western Jamaica campus has earned our university center stage on the Western region's economic and social transformation platform. This is the spirit, energy, and competence that Dr. Longsworth brings to the table as principal of and pro-vice chancellor of the UWI Open Campus. So while I deeply regret that her leadership at WJC could not have been longer, I celebrate her elevation to the position of principal of the Open Campus. The region could not have asked for a better steward. And even though it's a loss to the Mona campus, we celebrate with her, and we are certain that she will do us proud as principal of the Open Campus. I am certain that she will put all into working with the governments, as she did in Montego Bay, to advance continuing and tertiary education and outreach, to advance development in all their respective countries. Dr. Luz Longsworth, please accept the Mona campus's heartiest congratulations for your well-deserved appointment. Rest assured that the Mona campus will not withhold its wholehearted support of your leadership, as together in a mutually symbiotic relationship, we work towards the strengthening of our university's brand across the region and indeed globally. Luz, good luck with your new assignment. Go forth and do the great things that we expect from you, and continue to be the light shining from the West across the Caribbean and beyond. Thank you.
Very pleasant good evening. I will use the protocol that has been established, and I will warn you from the onset that I intend to protest in this presentation, although I will save it for a little bit afterwards, and I will do my duty to welcome the University Council and all our special visitors to the shores of Belize. And of course, I want to extend that very heartfelt welcome to all of you on behalf of the government and people of Belize. I can assure you that even though many of you represent other nations and your nationalist pride will prevent you from jumping up and agreeing with me readily, that you will not find a warmer place in all of the Caribbean to welcome you than you will find here in beautiful Belize. But on to my protest. Miss Jane sent me a text, I think it was on Monday, reminding me that I am to speak here this evening to deliver greetings, and I am to give those greetings in 3 minutes. And then the university registrar, in his introduction of those who are to give greetings, reminded us that we should stick to that. And then Dr. Saunders, who is from the Belize Open Campus, came all the way to my seat to remind me that she will be watching the time and that I should stick to the time. And my protest is that whoever conceived the idea that we could come and give greetings to a lady as wonderful as Dr. Luz Longsworth in 3 minutes is definitely fooling themselves. And so we have an option. I could well listen to all the warnings and I can heed, or I could go on and give the kind of love that is deserving to a lady who you've heard is Venezuelan Jamaican. You wouldn't know about the Venezuelan part, and you only know she's Jamaican because she has that accent. And you would rather believe that she is born and bred Belizean. We disregard all that. We embrace her fully as Belizean. But I was comforted when I looked at the agenda upon arriving this evening, and I saw that so many persons very well suited and who were so dear to the university community were to give these greetings, and I believe they have done a wonderful job at saluting Luz this evening, and so I've opted to stay within the prescribed time. Luz Longsworth, you've heard, has embraced Belize. And I think I am not mistaken when I say to you that in fact she is now the highest ranking Belizean to hold office in the University of the West Indies. And that is good because it places Belize on the map, of course. And it is especially good because she is a woman, and as we celebrate Women's Month this month of March, It gives us that additional opportunity to trumpet the success of a Caribbean woman, but especially a Belizean woman tonight. I say to the Vice-Chancellor, who spoke very kindly about Belize in his opening remarks, that we too embrace the University of the West Indies. We believe that the family that we belong to, and we've long belonged to, I think from the onset, provides very needed guidance in our educational journey. And I know that that UA stamp on the quality of education that Belize receives will continue now that we have one of UA's own, as it was dubbed at the beginning, Professor Clement Sankat, former principal of St. Augustine, Trinidad, as the new proposed president for the University of Belize. Professor Sankat wasn't able to be here tonight, and so I offer greetings to you, Dr. Longsworth, on his behalf, and of course on the behalf of the University of Belize, who we view as a working partner with the University of the West Indies in this country and in the government especially. There are some, you will know, who will tell you that there is a competing effort, and I want to make that clear, that there is no such competing effort, and that we see the University of the West Indies and the University of Belize as very, very close affiliates, and as the Vice-Chancellor mentioned, we might even talk about that closer merger of activities that is in discussion. But back to the task at hand, we are here to, of course, celebrate the induction of Principal Luz Longsworth. And while it is a celebration for all of us in the region, because as you've heard, Luz is a Caribbean woman. She is the quintessential, and to use Maya Angelou's words, a phenomenal woman. I think we can all really, really embrace that. But again, I have to return to the Belizean roots that she has and ask the Belizeans present here tonight to stand and to give this phenomenal Belizean woman a Belizean congratulation on this very, very high achievement. Thank you. Chancellor, I am not certain what process was used to select Luz as the principal, but whatever it was, it works well for Belize. And it works well as well for the women's movement. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you are the second principal of the Open Campus? Third. And, well, at least I know two of them were women, and that's a good sign. All three. See, there you go. All three. And I think that is another accomplishment that ought to be celebrated. My friends, I want to welcome all of you who are visiting. I want to ask you to join in with us afterwards, of course, as we host a reception in honor of Dr. Longsworth and this wonderful accomplishment. Dr. Longsworth, on behalf of the government and the people of your home, Belize, we wish you the best as you take on this new challenge, and know that we are behind you. God's blessings, and thank you.
Thank you, Host Minister, and thank you, colleague principals. We now have a performance, and Miss Jackie Castello and the Fanatics Steel Band will perform.
Good evening, everyone.
My people, come hear my voice. the mother of you and your children. I need you, and you need me to prosper again. This is mine, I am yours, the land and the sea, the sun, the moon and the stars, my jewels in the sky. Can't you see, without me, without you, this land, my body would wither and die, wither and die. Nibegunu agama umeyumalali agama be lirunumalali nuguya ubo bugushuru abubisaniko mege gwatiwa wongo walu wawaseru nanile bani o humaluma barana weyo hati nidisilidasia gayati sinmuguya sinmuguya fula sule agrobe oweni agrobe oweni. My people, I am the mother earth. Come hear my voice, calling to you to hear my Come listen to what I say. My song of sorrow. Will I be here with you for long? I am the earth, the mother of you and your children. I need you, and you need me to prosper again. This is mine, I am yours, the land and the sea, the sun, the moon and the stars, my jewels in the sky. Can't you see, without me, without you, this land, my body will wither and die, wither and die. My people, Libegunu. My people, Libegunu. My people.
Thank you, Jackie, for that wonderful rendition. I'd now like to invite Mr. Francis Severin to the podium, and he's going to pay tribute to Principal Longsworth. Dr. Francis Severin succeeded Principal Longsworth as the Director of Countrysides in the Open Campus, and he's also the public orator of the Open Campus. Dr. Severin.
Thanks, University Registrar, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, other colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Michelle Robinson Obama urged, "You work hard for what you want in life, that your word is your bond, and you do what you say you're going to do, that you treat people with dignity and respect, even if you don't know them, and even if you don't agree with them." Those of us, Chancellor, who have worked or had even a transient engagement with Dr. Luz Marina Longsworth would staunchly avow that the former First Lady of the United States of America had met her too. It is positively uncanny because the foregoing description epitomizes the person many of us have had the privilege of knowing. In a pictorial thesaurus, one can conceive that her image would probably appear beside the phrase inward and outward humanity, beauty, and magnificence. Dr. Longsworth's sense of humanity, her willingness to understand others, her capacity to respect and show consideration for people at all levels, her steadfastness, some would say tirelessness, her incomparable gift of listening attentively and thoughtfully, and her passion for human development and empowerment cannot be garnered from a curriculum vitae. Impressive as her CV is, if you have not met Dr. Longsworth, you not know her. Hear this. When quizzed about the fundamental influence on both her professional and personal qualities, she points immediately to her mother, Mrs. Dorothy Over. According to Luce, personally and professionally, it's my mother. Her drive, her professionalism, her humanity, how to be tough but fair, to always remember that you are working with people and that people have feelings and it is not just the bottom line. I would say the most valued lessons I learned in business were related to how to manage people, and that I got from my mother. Head of Open Campus St. Lucia, Dr. Veronica Simon, discerningly professes, she's easy to talk to, and one always has a sense that one's issues is her sole concern at the given moment. Her ability to calm ruffled waters is certainly indispensable in our current circumstances. Definitely not one given to airs or pretensions. Luce manages to interact with all levels of staff easily, ensuring that she's never communicating above anyone's level of understanding. Her mother concurs. Luce just loves people, period. This soft touch must, however, not be misconstrued. She always speaks truth to power and defends what she views as right and just. That would not astonish her mother, who relates with nostalgic pride her daughter's one-person protests with placards and posters as a child, demanding an increase in her domestic allowance and threatening industrial action if her reasonable demands were not met. Chancellor, on a specifically professional level, Dr. Longsworth credits former principal of the Mona campus, Professor Gerard Layler, with stirring her own philosophy on education. A visionary leader, he played a fundamental role in modernizing the Mona campus. She asserts that Professor Layler helped her to appreciate the role technology could play in the future of higher education. In fact, Luce muses with some mirth the days when many Mona campus employees at various levels were horror-struck by the mining of the ring road at Mona for the installation of fiber optic cables. The notion of computerizing the Mona campus seemed sacrilegious to them, save Principal Layler and his courageous executive assistant, Luce Longsworth. She affirms, so my lesson from him is that if you are strongly committed to the vision, you have to just sometimes absorb the negatives, absorb the obstacles, because only time will prove you right. I think it is the same experience we have with Open Campus. Not everyone saw the importance of what the Open Campus and the outreach sector held for us, but we are now being validated. Chancellor Dr. Longsworth served as director open campus country sites from July 2008 to July 2012. After a brief recess from the open campus, during which time she assumed duties as director, Mona Western Jamaica campus in Montego Bay, she returned to the open campus in May 2015 as Pro-Vice Chancellor and Principal. Hence, when Vice Chancellor Sir Hilary Beckles turned to her as a logical choice for Principal of the open campus, she embraced what to any mortal would seem like an overwhelming, even utterly intimidating task. Dr. Longsworth admits, predictably, that I had never actually left the open campus in my heart. It was a kind of ambivalent feeling. My work with the open campus was not complete anyhow. Dr. Longsworth recalls poignantly that the late Professor Rex Nettleford, then Vice Chancellor, had met her a few weeks before his demise and bestowed this challenge in her capacity as Director of Sites. You have to make sure that the ethos of outreach is not killed, that it is enhanced, that we continue to center the human element, even with the growth of technology. And you can do that. Plus, Vice Chancellor Beckles had indicated his vision to me, what he saw for the university and the role of the open campus as being central to the one UWI. Chancellor, Dr. Longsworth could not stay away from her passion, the continuing education and outreach sector. When she had the opportunity to work, especially in Belize, the moral came to her quite vividly concerning the role the UWI could play in the entire region in the countries that did not have the benefit of the brick-and-mortar UWI campuses. She was fascinated by the role the School of Continuing Studies played in enhancing the intellectual activity and in driving the positive agenda of education as an important way for development. Besides, Dr. Longsworth clearly has a tremendous capacity for work. She's passionate about what she does and is able to keep her eyes on everything at the same time, a boon in a distributed environment. She's also a good listener, so can isolate and prioritize the matters that are likely to become crises and act on them promptly. Additionally, she keeps a watchful eye on the future. Mrs. Sarah Owen, Deputy Director, Continuing and Professional Education, Acting, expressed the foregoing persuasively thus: Dr. Longsworth provided not only stellar leadership, but became both a mentor and coach. This is the innate quality that, in my experience, defines her leadership. Her ability to listen and guide, as well as hear and instruct. I am often amazed at how true to herself she remains. To me, this is evidence of a depth of integrity that will remain unshaken in any circumstance. Mrs. Deborah Darample, head of Open Campus St. Vincent and the Grenadines, adds, she does not arrive with fanfare, but her quiet strength, diplomatic skills, and loyalty to staff and the UWI are immediately apparent. Chancellor, to be sure, Dr. Longsworth's passion is for the Nettlefordian intellectual guerrillaism that not only abates the tyranny of distance, but serves as a scaffolding on which the entire activist One University, which Vice Chancellor Sir Hilary has formulated and embodies, will be erected. It is therefore not unexpected that, when questioned about her greatest satisfaction as a former director of sites, she unequivocally declares that it is having established and affirmed the sites as a key player, not just in the open campus, but in the university. The sites could not merely be relegated to an open campus role of support. They had to be seen in their full dispensation of representatives at a higher level of our university. That achievement did not actually come to fulfillment until the task force recognized it, because otherwise the sites were in jeopardy of being seen as only support for program delivery. Dr. Longsworth has a vision for the region that envisages collaboration in excellence at its core. She sees collaboration as being primarily on an economic and human development level, whereby we can accomplish the development gains that we want for our people because we have a lot of wealth, albeit not well distributed. From her perspective, the history of the Federation beseeches a new paradigm that will allow the national pride to become a sort of foundation for regional collaboration. How is the foregoing possible? There must be a recognition of what excellence is and how we all can benefit from excellence, even if the excellence does not come from our particular country. She illustrates her alternative model with Usain Bolt, Bob Marley, reggae music, Derek Walcott, Sir Arthur Lewis, Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, to cite a few. For Dr. Longsworth, the University of the West Indies is the fundamental beacon of excellence, which should play that midwifery role of unifying the Caribbean region and diaspora. The relay allegory she implores is now obsolescent. It is no longer sufficient to educate and churn out students as a relay team of industry, government, and academia. She asserts the appropriate metaphor is more like a synchronized swimming team. In a relay race, individual efforts can be shored up by somebody else. In synchronized swimming, everybody has to be on point, has to be performing well, has to have his or her arms wrapped around each other to keep in time and information. Dr. Longsworth, leading by example, urges patience. I see the university as becoming more of an activist in the development trajectory of the countries. We are a young university, and we are a young nation, so we have to build that foundation for the future. It is not going to happen in my lifetime or your lifetime, but it is not for us to worry about that. It is for us to worry about what is the brick we put in the wall for the future. Good universities are not short-term projects. They are not, but Dr. Longsworth has never been fazed by any project whatsoever. Her ever-increasing capacity for challenges, her ability to lead from the front, but also, when needs be, from behind, her calm demeanor, her skill of discernment, her ability to persuade and harness goodwill through temperate but firm pressure, her advocacy for justice and fairness, all make her the fitting person to lead the Open Campus at this important juncture in the university's history. Marva Collins, educator and author, said, "Excellence is not an act, but a habit. The things you do the most are the things you do the best." Luce M. Longsworth has indeed made excellence a habit, even a compulsion. And we, her colleagues, her students, her communities, are learning so much from her daily. May God richly bless Luce, her mom, Dorothy, her daughter, Marissa, her son, Brad, and her extended family. Godspeed.
And we now come to the nadir of this evening's ceremony, and it gives me pleasure to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Hilary Beckers to present Principal Luz Longsworth to be installed as the third principal of the Open Campus.
It is now my honor and pleasure to invite our distinguished Chancellor, Professor Sir George Allen, to induct Dr. Longsworth as Principal of the Open Campus. Chancellor.
His Excellency Sir Colville Young, Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Patrick Faber, Mr. Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellors, family and friends of Luz Longsworth, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're all distinguished, but let me recognize my countryman, Mr. Chris Blackman. Nice to have you, Chris. And most of you have forgotten to greet Dr. Longsworth. She's here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered today to witness and mark the formal installation of Dr. Luz Longsworth as the third principal of the Open Campus of the University of the West Indies. I'm enormously pleased that this ceremony is taking place in Belize, as I know that this environment has a special place in Dr. Longsworth's heart. But as the Deputy Prime Minister spoke, I recalled that there is another aspect of the relationship of the University with Belize that is sometimes forgotten. If one goes back to the founding documents of the university and you read the minutes of the first council meetings of the university, you will read the speeches of the representatives of Belize then, who spoke passionately of his concept that a university, college as it was then, would be the glue, would be the cement that would bind the countries of the Caribbean together. So that vision of people from Belize promoting this coalescence of people is not new. It has just got stronger over the years. Ceremonies such as these with wide public participation are a symbol of the university's relationship with its public and the declaration of the trust between the institution and that public. No institution like our university, whose function and functioning depend on the people of the Caribbean and their governments, can exist without public trust. The public places its trust in us, not only by providing the resources with which we carry out our work, but it also entrusts to us its sons and daughters in their most formative years. Our university, in turn, signalizes its trust in the continuing support by the Caribbean people by making long-term plans with the confidence that they will materialize. And then the institution, in turn, places its senior officials in positions of trust. It trusts them to be faithful to the university's statutes and ordinances. It trusts them to manage the resources of the institution, always keeping in mind that they derive from the sweat of the brows of people whom they may never know or never see. It trusts them to be exemplars of the behavior which will enhance pride in the institution. Dr. Longsworth, the tongues of good report have been spoken about you this afternoon so many times and with such eloquence that I should only say amen, amen. You have done many things in your professional life. Your work, as we've heard, has taken you to many parts of the world. But obviously, you have never lost that filial attachment to the university from which you derive your intellectual birth and intellectual nurture. You now have the opportunity to lead the newest of the institution's major centers of learning and research. You'll also have the opportunity to put into practice what you have often declared as almost a holy grail: improving the lot of Caribbean people through education. And you are being entrusted with a responsibility like no other responsibility is greater than this, that of helping to shape and guide the minds and thinking of the young people of our region. And I have absolute confidence in your capacity to discharge that responsibility. No institution, and our university is no different, can promise you tranquility or days and nights devoid of worry. That is the nature of institutional responsibility. But what this institution can promise is indeed a period of gratifying noble service to the most important element in the Caribbean. Dr. Longsworth, you are too well versed in the workings of academia and too skilled in university administration for me to attempt to offer you any blueprint of how you can most effectively discharge the responsibilities of your office. But I'm sure that I'm joined by everyone here in praying that you be given the wisdom, the courage, and the strength to guide aright the affairs of this campus for many, many years to come. And now I'll ask our Vice Chancellor to come forward and help me. And now, Dr. Longsworth, I formally place, in the presence of this assembled company, I formally place on your head this mortarboard, which is an external symbol of the responsibilities of your office. And may I say, in the words of your original tongue, buena suerte y que Dios te bendiga. Buena suerte. Please be seated. Now we will hear Dr. Longsworth.
Governor General, His Excellency Sir Colville Young, Honorable Patrick Faber, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Culture, Youth and Sports, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Acting Chairman of the UWI Open Campus Council, Dr. Lennox Honeychurch, my family and my friends, Mrs. Rosa Greenaway, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Antigua and Barbuda, representing the Minister of Education of Antigua and Barbuda, members of government from our UWI contributing countries, executive management team of the University of the West Indies, members of Campus Council, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior management and staff of the University of the West Indies, especially staff of the Open Campus country site in Belize, President of the Guild of Students, Mr. Howard Brown, and members of the Guild of Students, alumni, Chairman Pilgrim, and representatives of
the board of the University of Belize, management and staff of the University of Belize, representatives of the unions, representatives of national councils, members of the advisory committee for the Open Campus Country Site in Belize, members of the local organizing committee, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here and viewing on our live stream. Good evening. Chancellor, I first wish to thank you and the Vice Chancellor for entrusting this exciting and wonderful campus in my care. It is a dream that I did not dare to have, but I take it on with joy and with humility. I also wish to thank my colleagues on the platform, the Pro-Vice Chancellors, principals, the registrars, the university librarian, especially the university bursar, and my colleague principals for being here, for their strong show of support, not just by being present, but in all our interactions from day one. Please, however, Chancellor, allow me to single out my colleague principals. Professor Archibald MacDonald of the Mona campus was an encouraging and supportive boss during my exciting days at the Western Jamaica campus, and is now an even more supporting and encouraging colleague principal. Thank you for your kind words. Professor Copeland, you and I are the new kids on the block, so I look forward to us kicking up a little bit of trouble, and I look forward to your induction, which I hope will be soon. To my sister principal, Professor Udine Barito, I wish to acknowledge your presence in a very special way. Vice Chancellor, in your International Women's Day message, you spoke of the university's commitment to gender equality as reflected in the 50% of our principals being female. And indeed, it brought to mind that years ago, right here in Belize, I was asked to present a paper on International Women's Day on women in higher education. And I entitled that paper, Make Your Firsts Last. And I proposed in that paper that while we often celebrate the first woman who achieves a breakthrough, it really is only when we have evidence of the continuity of that breakthrough that we can claim true gender equality. I therefore celebrate being the third female principal of the Open Campus. And I salute my predecessors, our first female principal, Professor Hazel Simmons MacDonald, and our second female principal, Professor Udine Barito, as well as our former deputy principal, Professor Vivine Roberts, and our current deputy principal, who unfortunately could not be here, Professor Julie Meeks, for their role in assuring that we, Vice Chancellor, are making our firsts in the Open Campus last for a long time. Chancellor, today I feel young again. In fact, I feel about 16, which was in fact the first time that I had to make any kind of public presentation as the class valedictorian of my high school in Jamaica, Holy Childhood High School, and cheers to the girls watching on the live stream. Despite the scores, maybe hundreds of public appearances that I have done since then, it is that experience that comes closest to the feeling that I have today as I am inducted for my official commencement as principal of the Open Campus. Like then, I must confess that initially I was at a loss about what to say. I was told I needed to be inspiring, visionary, very frightening things. But then I sought guidance from 3 wise men, gender equality, who shall remain nameless. Their advice had 3 interesting perspectives. The first very thoughtfully said to me, remember when Pope Francis became pontiff, he asked all people to pray for him in recognition of the fact that he could not do this job alone. My second wise man said, speak of your journey and what has prepared you for this role. And my third wise man said, just do you, Mom. Today I will take the advice of all 3 wise men and base my address on 3 important C principles. The principle of community, the principle of commitment, and the principle of conks. Indeed, it has taken several communities to raise this child. And at the risk of sounding a little bit like an Academy Award winner, I do want to start my story of gratitude by thanking God for his guidance, his love, and for always holding me and my family in the palm of his hands. As many of you know, whenever I'm asked where I come from, you need to have a little bit of time to listen. Born in Venezuela, grew up in Jamaica, adopted and embraced, thank you, Minister, by Belize. You can imagine the conversations I've had with immigration, especially going through the US. It's pretty scary. So I want to start by paying homage first to my Venezuelan roots, to my father, Jose Rafael Arrieta, who, although not being a part of my upbringing, influenced my love of languages, Spanish music, and dance. I honor him for having the good sense to marry a beautiful Jamaican girl, Dorothy Diana de Souza, whom I have been blessed to have as my mother. To my mother, I give all my gratitude for taking me home with her to Jamaica, where I had love, opportunities, family support, and affirmation. I thank her for the sacrifices that she made to ensure that I got the education that she thought I deserved, for giving me what I needed materially, spiritually, and emotionally, and for helping to mold me into the person I am today. I thank her for also teaching me about leadership and its importance through my observation of her own amazing career as a business owner for over 40 years, dealing with more than 500 employees in her garment manufacturing business. You know, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, she was my boss for 4 years, and one of the best bosses I have ever had. When I ventured out to academia to work in the family business, she taught me more about leading people wisely, firmly but fairly, than any of my MBA courses at UWI, or even the renowned leadership guru John Maxwell, of whom I am a fan. She taught me what a strong woman is, and that true character is built from within, but shines with or without external validation. And I would just like to honor her today, my mother. To my maternal grandparents, I owe a tremendous debt. My grandfather, Ronald D'Souza, taught me to have an inquiring mind, as his answer to all my childhood questions was always, "Look it up," while pointing to the bookshelf of encyclopedias that he constantly kept up to date. For the young people in the audience, that's kind of like Google. He taught me to speak up and was well known for putting me to stand on a table from the age of 4 or 5 to engage in big people conversation, much to the amusement of his friends. But most of all, and maybe my biggest debt to him, is that he passed on to me his love and knowledge of cricket, which is an invaluable skill in this region and a requirement when conversing with my Vice Chancellor. Although I must confess that I still, Vice Chancellor, have major difficulties with understanding silly mid-on and silly mid-off. My grandmother, Frances, taught me that class had less to do with social status or money and more to do with grace in the face of adversity, compassion for others, self-respect and dignity, and the importance of holding your family close to you. She was also my geography, history, and culture teacher and taught me the name of every parish, river, town, and village in Jamaica. I am eternally grateful for the love of my Jamaican family, my friends, and I am happy to have with us here this evening my cousin sister, Rhonda, her family, Paul and Ron Paul, as well as my soul sister, Wendy, a sister of another mother and father. Thank you so much for being here for me tonight. Chancellor, it is an accepted fact that the UWI has done more for regional integration over its almost 70 years than any other institution, and I am a perfect example of that. Without the UWI, I may never have found Belize. Or perhaps it would be better to say Belize may never have found me. I am blessed to be a part of the outstanding Longsworth family. Thank you, Gary. Buzzy, Harry, Betty, Laura, and the extended family. It has been an honor to be a part of this family. Thank you. To the products of that regional integration, Brad and Marissa Longsworth, know that I am so proud of you, so proud of your decisions in life, and of your commitment to giving back to this region, having benefited from the excellent education of schools in Jamaica, the British Virgin Islands, and Belize, and strong undergraduate and postgraduate training at our beloved University of the West Indies at the Mona and Cave Hill campuses. They are proof of the outstanding graduates that our university turns out, and they are my physical commitment to this university. I love you. My Belizean friends, thanks to my dear friends who are always the wind beneath my wings, Mala, Kay, Ernesto, Bev, Maria, where is Marcelo? My University of Belize family, who I love very much, and the people of Belize for giving me a home, love, and true friendship in a country that I am proud, Minister and Your Excellency, to call mine as well. Thank you. If my communities of family and friends in Jamaica and Belize are the foundation of my stability, values, and core principles, then it is the community of the University of the West Indies that I must thank for my academic, intellectual, and activist formation. Arriving at the Mona campus in the then Faculty of Arts and General Studies long ago, the intellectual vibrancy of the University of the West Indies was a heady experience. My faculty was full of stars, established ones such as Sir Roy Auger, and some rising ones such as a young Hilary Beckles. My colleagues in the Department of Modern Languages, Gertrude Boucher, Lal Narayan Singh, Pauline Christie, and over at the Faculty of Social Sciences, we had Professor Trevor Monroe and George Beckford. In medicine, we had the legendary Professor Georgia Lane and the up-and-coming surgeon Archibald MacDonald. There was no doubt that I was where I belong. And from that day, except for two periods of a total of 10 years because of family commitments, I have never been physically apart from the UWI. But in all the 37 years, yes, 37 years of association as student, lecturer, and administrator, UWI has always been in my heart. Why, you may ask? It may be because, as a young lecturer of Latin American literature, I saw how this university brought together young and brilliant minds from all over our region, like that of my former student, Ambassador Gillian Bristol, who is here with me tonight. Thank you, Gillian. It could be also because as a young administrator, the breadth and depth of knowledge of the university's history and statutes and ordinances of the registrars filled me with awe and delight. Despite the long meetings and the minute-taking. So Sherry, Wendy, Suzanne, Loy, I feel your pain. I've been there. It certainly was because I had the good fortune to work first as an assistant registrar and then as executive assistant to one of the most brilliant scientific minds of our region, Professor the Honorable Gerald Lalo, whose vision and foresight were ahead of his time, as it was he who fathered distance education via technology in the UWI, or the UWI distance teaching experiment, which would eventually evolve into our powerful online open campus. And you've heard some of this from Francis, but I cannot hold it back. It was Professor Layla who introduced me to that strange new tool called email, and who struck fear in everyone's hearts when he dared to dig up the revered ring road to install something called fiber optic cable. What was that? To ensure that one day every staff member in this University of the West Indies would have a computer on their desk. This was a vision dismissed by many who thought it would have been wiser to invest in more books for the library. Look at us now. The UWI has always been a beacon for me because as part of that leadership team at Mona, I had the guidance and example of Professor Marlene Hamilton as deputy principal, who showed me how important it was to care for our students and our alumni, and who, along with Professor Elsa Leo Riney, modeled how women could survive and thrive in leadership at UWI. And it certainly was because having worked under 5 vice chancellors, see, I'm not as young as I look, I hope. Vice Chancellor Preston, Vice Chancellor McIntyre, Vice Chancellor Nettleford, Vice Chancellor Harris, and now under the inspirational leadership of Vice Chancellor Sir Hilary Beckles, I learned how crucial visionary leadership of our university is for the region's growth and development, for building prosperity and a just society for our citizens. So, Chancellor, it takes loving and supportive communities to build commitment. Thank you, Marguerite. And I am grateful for the outstanding support with which I have been blessed in my life that has built my commitment to the development of our region and the UWI from my early years at this university. However, I must confess that it was right here in Belize, as resident tutor for the School of Continuing Studies, that I discovered my passion and solidified my commitment to the University of the West Indies. It was here that I finally and fully understood not just the role, but the transformational power of higher education and of this university for all our Caribbean people. It was then I truly understood what our founding fathers meant when in 1948 they spoke of building a Caribbean nation. The School of Continuing Studies, founded at the birth of the UWI, was the technology used for decades to go beyond the walls of the traditional idea of a university and to provide access to persons in the underserved communities, to create a way into formal higher education. The work of legendary resident tutors across the region, such as Vernon Leslie right here in Belize, Beverly Steele in Grenada, Edith Bellot in Dominica, and Bradley Niles in Barbados, inspired me in understanding the power of community outreach, of being, as Francis rightly said, intellectual guerrillas working in the trenches of our communities, and the power of commitment not to a job, but to a noble cause of changing lives. Coupled with the growing power of internet technology and the strong foundation laid by Layla in UWIDEC, as well as our historical collaboration with the colleges that we are now deepening, Vice Chancellor, the evolution of the Open Campus under then PVC Lawrence Carrington was not only necessary, it was inevitable. And I say inevitable, Chancellor, because I have discovered an amazing fact. Thomas Friedman, in his 2016 book, Thank You for Being Late, An Optimist's Guide to Thriving in the Age of Accelerations, points out, and I quote, "There are vintage years in wine and vintage years in history, and 2007 was definitely one of the latter. Because not just the iPhone emerged in 2007, a whole group of companies emerged in and around that year. Together, these new companies and innovations have reshaped how people and machines communicate, create, collaborate, and think," end quote. He goes on to cite the formation of Hadoop, which made the emergence of big data possible, Facebook, GitHub, the Android platform, PayPal, and many other technological leaps in 2007. But Chancellor, Friedman left out one very important one, and that was the formation in 2007, or the agreement in 2007 to form the Open Campus. The UWI has definitely been in the right playing field with this decision, Officially operational in 2008, the Open Campus has had, unfortunately, to face a phenomenon that perhaps no other campus has had in our UE system, and that of being born at the start of one of the longest and deepest recessions to have hit our region. Despite the financial difficulties, the commitment of my colleagues in the Open Campus, who I salute tonight, to our mandate of expanding access and leading innovation has been unwavering. My predecessors have fought to find funding to plug the gaps where our governments have been unable to help. Through our Canadian grant, hard fought for by Principal Simmons MacDonald and our hard-working leadership team, the Open Campus has moved from a handful of programs online to over 80 programs and hundreds of online courses. Enrollment has doubled since 2007 to approximately 6,000 online students each year. And countries who prior to this could only send one or two of their nationals to a physical campus now have hundreds of persons studying UE degree programs right up to the doctoral degrees on their soil. Our Open Campus sites have continued to grow their mandate to provide lifelong learning in their communities. And this last year, over 11,000 students were enrolled regionally in short courses and continuing professional education. And I salute my colleagues in the sites for their hard work. Indeed, Vice Chancellor, the Open Campus has been ahead of the curve since its antecedents in providing the flexible and lifelong learning approaches in education, which are precisely what the new knowledge economy demands. So I am indeed proud to be a part of this forward-looking campus and salute the foresight of the university in launching this campus, which can now be styled the UWI's weapon of mass instruction. As we look forward, Vice Chancellor, we know that the UWI has a new and aggressive AAA strategy of access, alignment, and agility to be launched later this year. In the Open Campus, we are acutely aware of the low enrollments in higher education in our region, sometimes a little lower in other parts than others, but overall, totally unacceptable. We live in these communities around the region, and we see that the rapidly flowing waters of innovation and creativity are threatening to swamp our societies. We see the growing tides of social inequality and economic stagnation moving people to a place of despair and desperation. Vice Chancellor, as you have said, there can be no economic growth without concomitant social growth. Or as Friedman also says in his book, we have to build floors for people so that they don't build walls of hopelessness. We live in these communities where we see the lack of access to higher education stymieing creativity and innovation, and halting the progress of brilliant entrepreneurs. This is a seminal moment where our commitment as a campus and as a university, our full intellectual resources, our hearts and our minds must come to the fore in forging a new day for our region, infusing hope and vibrancy back into our societies across the region. For that reason, Vice Chancellor, I move to my last C. This symbol of the conch shell a symbol that is recognized from Belize to Barbados, from Trinidad and Tobago to Turks and Caicos. This is a symbol of resilience. It is a symbol of struggle. It is a symbol of community. It is a symbol of a call to action that our ancestors in each of our lands used to bring our communities together. We make the call, and we hear the call. Yes, we see the rapids ahead, but as any canoeist in the Ruta Maya, that was just, I know, held here a couple of weeks ago, will tell you, Vice Chancellor, we cannot decelerate, we cannot slow down, as the only way to survive the rapids, the only way to win the race is to paddle faster than the water that is flowing behind you. Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, I and the 503 team members of the Open Campus, many of whom are watching from 16 countries across 3,000 nautical miles of Caribbean Sea, will answer this call to action. We are prepared to serve and to lead, to be the glue that binds our excellent university together, as my CFO likes to say, and to help to transform our region, revitalize our Caribbean and beyond with access to the vast knowledge that is produced by our excellent, outstanding university. We commit to creating spaces in our communities for the university to intervene in developing young, innovative minds, to develop our students, to work with the government, with industries, and other sister tertiary institutions, such as our colleagues here tonight from the University of Belize, to forge a future of hope and prosperity for our Caribbean people, here or wherever they may be. We put our talents and our knowledge to the service of our people through this university. And Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, colleagues in the UWI, and most especially my dear colleagues in the Open Campus, I thank you most sincerely for your faith and trust in me to serve and to lead as your third principal. It is a trust that I honor and cherish. So, I respond to the blowing of the conch shell that heralded our entry into this hall. I am ready. We are ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal. You certainly moved the entire Assembly with your commitment, your passion, and the symbol of the conch. We will now have a performance by the Gary Funa drummers and dancers. I had a little clip on them, that's what I was looking for. But apparently it fell. They were formed in 2001, and they're made up of both males and females, and they originate from all over Belize. They build their own drums from rosewood, mahogany, deer, sheep, cow and cow skin, and the drum keys are made from guava wood. They write their own songs as musicians and also record. The lead musician and vocalist is Jahari Abila. I present the Garifuna drummers. Please give them another big round of applause. And we purposefully selected them to be part of this evening's proceedings because 3 years ago at the Cable campus, under the leadership of the then principal, a Gary Funa Empowerment Scholarship Program was started. And we are pleased to announce that to date we have enrolled 15 Gary Funa students at Cable. Ladies and gentlemen, before I ask the Chancellor to bring this evening's proceedings to a close, as you would expect, we have to say a big thank you to a lot of people. An event like this obviously takes meticulous planning. And we've had the good fortune to have a very able local planning committee led by Mrs. Jane Bennett. She had recognized them at the outset, but I think it's only fitting that I also repeat a big thank you to them. So Jane, Libby, Charmaine, Dwight, Anne-Marie, Anne, Ronald, Stephen, Karen, and Carol. A big round of applause and a most appreciated thank you. They did most of the heavy lifting, but we coordinated the activity from the university headquarters, and so we had a central planning committee, and the members there, obviously led by the campus registrar, Karen Ford Warner, Wendy Nurse, Sandra Griffith Carrington, Licia Sawyers, Audrey Barrett, Lloyd Graham, who's here with us, Jane, Libby, Suzette Wolf, and Grace Jutan. So again, a big thank you to the Central Organizing Committee. We'd like to thank the Chancellor for braving the terrible blizzard in North America and actually being here today, and all the other members of our platform party. We'd like to thank those who performed with us this afternoon, our Gary Funa drummers and dancers, and our panside, the fanatics, yeah. They provided wonderful entertainment for us. We'd like to thank our staff at this hotel who did a wonderful job in transforming this hall into the ambient space that it is this evening. And last but not least, we'd like to thank all of you who made the effort and graced us with your presence this evening. A special thank you must, however, go out to our host minister and our Excellency, the Governor General. As you heard from the minister, he is so wonderfully agreed to have us in a reception immediately after in the adjoining room. We thank you for your hospitality and thank you for your warmth. I now ask the Chancellor to close this evening's proceedings.
Thank you very much, Registrar. This brings us to the end of a perfect evening, and our perfection is measured by your presence, by your applause, by our reception of our newly installed principal of our open campus. I have to comment on the drummers, though. They always have a special place in my heart. Sometimes we forget that is how we communicated a couple hundred years ago, before internet and television, etc., etc. That's how we communicated, by the drum. It always stirs me when I hear the drums. But now, I will ask the audience to remain seated while my colleagues and I retire, accompanied by His Excellency and the Deputy Prime Minister. A good evening to you all, and I will see you next door.
For those of you who don't know, this is the university song.